Joel says, "You done with church this morning?" Yeah. I attended the Church of Halo this morning. I played a couple games of Halo, which I'm kind of terrible at. But I had a couple good games of it. Nothing to write. They were like nothing to write home about kind of games, you know. I went to my mom's. Now I got a stuffy nose. Ah, they got you. They got you. You know, the other day I almost got sick, and I think I was just keeping my house way too cold. I think that whole 58 Fahrenheit. I think I'm at like 6 or whatever I was talking about. I was keeping it too cold. I got it up in like 70 Fahrenheit now, which is much more. I don't know. It felt a little too hot this morning. I might turn it down a little bit. But I almost like I could feel that like if I had like pushed it any more, that I might get sick. Like if I would have gotten like a little bit less sleep, or I was like right on that whole verge of getting to a new level of sickness. Had I not cocooned inside of hoodies and stuff. No one seemed ill at my mom's. Maybe it was somewhere along the way, like 7-Eleven. I think it's more. I think a lot of that, like getting a cold, is sort of dormant inside of you for the most part, and then when you get stress and lack of sleep, it all kind of just piles in. Like it's in you. It's just now that you've not had enough. I don't know if you had enough sleep, but you've sort of kind of like propped the door open for it to kind of exist now. With you know. Oh, did you have a coffee by the way? I'm still holding out. Well, I say I'm holding out. Kinda. So we are basically like the Simpsons character, old boss Monty Burns, who has every disease known to mankind, but they are stuck at entry door. Kinda not that you can't catch something. I do believe you can catch things. I'm just saying that like, cause I know for a fact, like, cause I don't leave the house, like, so I'm like, there's no way I caught some. I mean, I mean, it could have been, you know, came in from the outside, but I'm not like around people enough to get sick. Well, I guess I did go to Walmart. I'm just saying, I think a lot of getting sick is you have it. It's just that, like, like, through stress and lack of sleep and bad diet, you lower your immune system to the point where it starts to fail. And you start to get this. I think sniffles just means you need to sleep and stuff. I don't know. Seems like that kind of, like, reduce stress, sleep, it kind of goes away. Bruh. Yo, how is your shading so perfect? Oh, thank you, bruh. That's on YouTube. Thank you for shading. I just practice, I guess. I don't know. Are you ever going to make comics? Probably not. Maybe I should make an Eldritch themed kind of like a book you guys can buy. Like it's sort of describing my like thoughts on it. Maybe I should make something like that. You can buy that. I don't want to make a comic. I want to make a sort of maybe a codex for the Eldritch. Does that make sense? I kind of that's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe if I do make some like a product, but that would be cool. Yeah. I'm not. I kind of had a theme going with the sort of these crystals that are growing on him or whatever this kind of thing is, and I kind of wasn't digging it. So I'm trying to find a consistent formula to draw the things on the back, but I'm kind of not finding a pattern I really like. I'm kind of stuck. Kind of stuck a little bit here. I hate that. Hate beans. Hate. I'd like to see a short comic. Yeah, but you guys haven't. I don't. Can't write. You know what I mean? I'm not a writer. Um, not a writer type person. I see things. I don't write things. I should call it Horizon of the Gods or something, or is that too cringe? Gods Horizon. Is that too cringe, or is that like super awesome? I can't tell if I just said something genius or if that's super stupid. Foros is a lover, not a writer. True. I just technically can't. Technically, it's not just that I can't do it. I'm just technically also bad at it. Like I can't write words in a sequence that makes sense. Sorry for all the sniff. I feel like I'm sniffling. I'm not even really sniffly feeling. It's just I don't know why I'm almost like I've developed like this need to make a sniffling. I probably infected you via Twitch stream though. Nice. True. There must be someone who can write you. You can collaborate, bro. There are. I'll probably get together with Drew or somebody. Maybe like one of the Dermaria people. But I've also had like friends offer me to write, and they like we talked about. You know, it's kind of like one of those you're having beers with friends and you're like, bro, you should work. We should work on this project. And you come back 2 weeks later and they have like a little note that's ripped in half. That's like they have like 4 words written on it, and I'm like, did you do anything? And that's kind of like the overall experience of like working with somebody that's like a friend. I'm just like, yeah, it's fine. I'm good. Like, I would have to talk. And it's honestly partially my fault because it's like I guess I'm really bad at picking people to work with. Like, it's like every time, so I just don't. No, but there are people that can in fact write, and I need to. I'm still holding out on that coffee. Like I'm holding strong. I just want you to know how much I'm like my day could be better, but I'm artificially not letting myself have a thing that would make it instantly better. There must be someone who. Oh, I read that. Baku. Hello. How are you? Doing really good, buddy. Thank you. Thank you for the stop by. Oh, I did my morning workout just so you guys know. I haven't. I only skip my like daily activities that I do if I have work outside of the stream, because it's like I literally wake up, stream, work till about 12 p.m. then go to sleep. Those days I just like skip every like hobby type of thing. I just don't do any of that. But on the days where I have no work, I do working out and cleaning my house. It's just the work days end up being like wake up, stream, work till 11, 12, and then straight to bed. Like it's literally there's no room to fit anything else in. Ooh, I want to talk about Linux. I found out that my computer's CPU was quite warm, 52 Celsius idling. And I'm like, well, that's strange. That's kind of strange, 52 Celsius doing nothing. And like my Firefox kind of feels sluggish, right? So I'm like, well, that's weird. So I start ChatGPT. I didn't want to spend my whole day off like ChatGPTing back and forth and figuring out why that's happening. Apparently, so I found out there's software I downloaded from the apps, like Linux's app thing. It's called LACT, LACT. It monitors your video card's temps, and it's great. But I guess it has a glitch where it keeps calling for. Sometimes it'll keep calling for finding what the temps are over, like it's in a loop, and it doesn't. It calls so often that the CPU rides at like 60. Like it ends up like eating. Like even though I don't remember exactly what CPU I have in that PC, but it like eats 62% of its ability, and so it rides kind of hot just running this one program. But if I turn off LACT, I don't have any GPU control. So right now it's riding kind of hot, but it seems like Linux is definitely, even the refined Linux. You know, this is supposed to be the version where you like plug and play, kind of like it's like Microsoft, but it's Linux, and it really is not like that. Like, and I'm not trying to even complain. I've been enjoying learning this stuff, but it, like, if you're looking for a plug and play experience, Linux is not that. It literally is like you keep finding things to fix, and then there's other things that you need to fix because of that, and if you enjoy tinkering endlessly, Linux is your friend. And eventually it'll settle down, right? You're gonna figure this and that out. It's like a manual car. It's really annoying in the beginning, and you're holding the RPMs too high. You know, you're not understanding how to downshift to like brake speed. You know, but eventually you kind of learn how do you stop it if it's an uphill kind of a stop sign, and you have to hold the RPMs, or just, you know, with a manual car you gotta hold the go from braking into the RPM. It's really annoying. It's like that's what a Linux experience is like. It's like there is no, like, I mean, it is holding your hand a little bit, but it, like, if I had known, like, if I knew nothing about anything and I had gone to Linux Mint, right now my video card would be at 80 Celsius, just sitting there chilling, idling. Because I wouldn't even notice that the blades aren't spinning. I had to manually tell it to do that. But if someone doesn't know anything, like, I think there's a lot of people that are like online saying that people should switch to Linux, and I think they should. But the issue is that they don't really understand what they're telling people that don't care about computers. A computer is like a car. They want to turn it on and go places without ever knowing how to change the oil, you know, how to check the brakes. So, anyway, Linux, if you like endless tinkering, which is fine. I want to do it. I need to learn more about computers, but just so you know, it's not really there yet, in my opinion. Oh, my blacked out Windows thing is, I think it's working. I had another pretty good night of sleep. Although I slept for like 8-9 hours, it seems like. I went to bed at like 12. And then like I woke up at like 8:47, which is unusually long, you know. So it seems like I'm getting enough sleep, but it's all also due to the fact that I'm just like kind of sleeping longer, which I'd like to cut it down to like 6.5, but I'm just, I guess, that hasn't been happening. I don't like sleeping 8 hours. That seems like I feel bad. I'm like, I want to do stuff. I don't want to. I think that's another reason I don't sleep a lot. Is like, I have like this internal anxiety. I'm like, I need to get up and do stuff. I don't like laying here forever. That's just so. Anyway, that's kind of like my thoughts on sleep and all that. I sometimes I'm envious of like some people that like they have just the ability to kind of doze off, and you know it's like their brain doesn't have a kind of like an internal kind of a. Oh, Dab says, hello, Master. Thank you, Dab. I appreciate the stop by. I've been seeing your pictures. I think that's the account that you draw like that Warhammer stuff, right? It's like kind of like stuff. I'm just surprised your account doesn't have any more followers. You guys ever run across that? You find somebody that's like, yeah, this guy should have more than that. Garbage can is getting filled up slowly. Kamuwamu! How's it going? I've been doing great, by the way. What exercises did you do? I do right now, and I don't know why recently I feel like I've lost some strength, because I was feeling really good like a little while ago. It might have been because I didn't take caffeine, or it's like the first thing I do is work out, right? And I feel like I need like 40 minutes of like being awakened to feel good. Because like, I feel like, anyway, I'll tell you what exercise. So right now I'm at 50 push-ups. I usually break it down into 25s unless like I feel really good, which I haven't. Not like haven't been feeling good, but I haven't been feeling like doing 50 in a row. So I do 25, 25, 50 squat jumps. And those have been kind of lackluster, like very lazy ones. Not squatting all the way. But, you know, still squat jumps, still kind of burns. And then 10 curls on each side with a 35-pound kettlebell, which is a little too heavy for me if I'm being honest. 35 feels like it's fine if I'm warmed up, but it's like I really need to be around 25 to feel comfortable. Because I'm doing a little bit of that cheating where I like kind of move my body into it a little bit to get it up there. Like, I can get, but don't get me wrong, I can lift 35 pounds. It's just that it needs to be, I need to be a little bit like, to do a proper form 10 in a row, first thing in the morning, I kind of need to be like a little bit lower weight. Well, and then the 10 back, or like, then I do like the one hand on the knee, and then I do the pull 10 times back, like the opposite of a curl, like where you're doing like kind of a pseudo push-up, where you're like pushing it back with the 35, and that's it. That's what I'm doing right now, and I feel like that's about as much as I want to do. Like I said, it's maybe better to move the working out like maybe a couple hours into the day, because I feel like I have a lot more strength after I've been like woken up and I've had a meal and I've done some things. I feel like working out first thing in the morning, it's like it's really it's a sludge. Like I'm not gonna lie, I don't enjoy it at all. Like I don't feel good. It's like the opposite of enjoying my life. But you know, that's kind of where I'm at. See y'all from Travel by Train. Nice. From Travel by Train. Wow. You guys must have good Wi-Fi. Do you I'm trying to think. You guys have trains in Italy? I've always, you know what would be fun to do in Europe is to go to Europe and like go on trains and stuff. Go train hopping. I think I would enjoy that. Like, because I'm secretly a train enjoyer. Like, I really enjoy trains aesthetically and like the whole vibe of like the trains. I like it. It's a good workout. Thank you. I think it's a good little, like, it's not, you're not gonna get He-Man strong from it, but it's kind of more for the brain. It's kind of like to get going in the morning type of a deal, if that makes sense. That's kind of what I'm going for. Is more, it's more, I work out for the brain more so than the muscle. I don't really care about, not that I don't care about my body, that's just not where I'm at right now. Really nice image. Thank you. It looks like character is vomiting, but then vomit leads to the xenomorph head. Very nice. Very narrative-y, moving from one to the next. Yeah, I've been stuck on like this kind of cosmic horror eldritch stuff. More and more fantastic. I appreciate that, Rifey Rock. Thank you. Jen, the Queen has arrived. Hi everyone. Hi Slipknot. Happy Saturday. Happy Sunday. Sunday. Oh, you figured out the Vulcan salute. Thank you. I don't work out in the morning either. I do it in the evening before bed, unless my swim friends invites me to go swimming before work. I've just opted out of going to the gym. I just can't. I just can't go to the gym. I just can't do it. I've just decided that that's not going to be a part of my life. But I quietly admire the people that want to go do it. I just feel life is so full of have-tos, and I don't want to invent more have-tos. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to... My entire life's mission has been to reduce the amount of have-tos I have in it. And I feel like a gym is like... It's sort of like, I don't want to give people money to go lift metal up, put metal down. I can do that at home. Oh my god, this 80-year-old woman stole my swimming goggles at the gym. Oh, nice. Those old people, you gotta... They're slow, but they'll steal for sure. They don't have a lot of time left. They got nothing to lose. Watch your things around old people. I'm not trying to spread anti-old people propaganda, but we all know it's true. You gotta watch out. What, are you gonna send an 80-year-old to jail? Fear the aged ones? Yeah. I think I kind of can't wait to get old. Because people just stop expecting things from... At a certain age, they just go, alright, well, like, look, it's fine, just don't worry about it. You're old. You know what I mean? I kind of want that, like people are just done asking for things from you because you're just too old now. I kind of like that vibe. I'm trying to, slowly getting there, but... So I know I'm drawing kind of slowly, but I'm kind of trying to work out this like little puzzle I've created for myself. I don't know what I was really going for there, and that's part of the issues. I'm sort of inventing the sort of a pattern that I'm trying to go with for the creature. She had told me, hey, I like your pink oh no, she called it out. I would have given them to her. On that person, but nope, she left the pool early, grabbed her walker, then left. Maybe that's what she was expecting you to do. She like said it, so you're like, Oh, you can have them. I don't know. You can't trust people who don't have a lot of time left because they're unpredictable. You know what I mean? It's like a person that has a lifetime sentence in prison. They're not afraid of you. They'll stab you because it's like they're in there for life at this point. You know what I mean? That's why you should be afraid of those people, the elderly and um, the elderly and the and imprisoned people. Anyway, someone's gonna clip all this. I told the front desk lady and she laughed at me. I went to the pool the next day at the same time and she never showed up. Lol, I have not seen her since. And that's my goggle story. That's a pretty good one. I mean, I like that story. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts talking about you draw fast, man? Wait. What are your thoughts talking about you draw fast, man? I'm drawing slow when I'm drawing these Bergue drawing plates. If you follow the method, you have to spend at least a week just blocking out with zero detail. Sorry, I'm trying to formulate what you just said into a. What are your thoughts? I'm talking about you draw fast, man. I think it seems like I draw fast, but I actually would like to not draw. But sorry, I'd like to draw faster. It's just I don't see how you could like skip past the rendering. Just requires time. That's just what it is. Are you doing a plate or are you doing slow? I'm drawing these. Are you drawing plates? I'd have to see what you're doing. I'm sort of interested. What are you thinking? Replace. What are your thoughts? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I draw fast, and especially with like this card stock, it allows me to render so finely that I can really spend the time here developing my image, which I really enjoy. Like I really enjoy that whole. I really enjoy the. I think that's what I was looking for. In terms of like, I would rather sit here and render the crap out of everything. It just kind of fits my style more. And I guess it does lean more. They were right when they said I draw more realistically than stylized. Although I do think there's a stylized kind of aspect to it, but anyway, I don't know. I'm not sure, Future Oil. I think you gotta just power through that. Like I don't know what else to do. Like you just gotta like accept that it will take a long time. It took me a long time to draw bigger pieces and just be okay, cause like, you know, from like I remember when I was 15, 16, it was hard to like spend. I wanted to get something out and just show it to people and be like done with it. Now I'm like, you know, it's fine. Like we'll just spend a lot of time. It'll be worth it. And I'm still not quite where I want to be with that mentality, but because there's always that, you know, we need to move on kind of anxiety that grows as you work on something. But I hope that answers what you were saying. Yeah, no, I really do enjoy drawing, even if it's an exercise that takes long. Yeah. For me, it's memory. I think that's why I'm cleaning up my diet too. Is like for me, the biggest hurdle is sort of my memorization of things is bad. So like it doesn't matter really to me how finely I refine things. I will get to Kamawamo by the way, uh, because the true genius is like you have to remember things and then put them on paper. I could sit here and like finally refine things and make them look super smooth, but it like doesn't matter to me. I think memory is so like important, and that's kind of like why I'm cleaning up my diet is for the art. I want to drink coffee and drink beer and eat pizza, but it's sort of like I notice my get like crazy brain fog, so that's why I stopped doing it. I like your characterization of old people. Thank you. I often felt that yes, my granddad didn't give a shit. He used to chase groups of delinquent kids with an axe. He really didn't care about the consequences. It was cool to behold, but a bit edgy for me to emulate. Yeah. Well, especially today. I feel like today, like you gotta remember you're under a microscope essentially. Well, like, yeah, I wouldn't recommend not caring at all. I was kidding about old people, but I do think there's a point that comes like you get to a certain age where you just sort of like you just kind of don't care about certain things. It's you sort of outgrew caring. You know, like with me with like cars and stuff. You know, when I was really young, I wanted like a sports car, and then like got to a point where I'm like, oh no, what I want is a car that doesn't cost a lot to operate. You know what I mean? And then like I don't even care if it's a rust bucket, or you know, you just kind of slowly transcend into like not caring more and more. But I think for me it's been a good way. Like I just don't care about you know, as long as it's functioning, I don't need it to look a certain way. But I will say that I'll probably never buy one of those like little tiny clown cars that they have. You know, they have like those little smart cars where you can fit like one person. I will never own that. Like my ego can't like take it. I just can't go that far. Like I'll own like a little car, but I won't own like an actual clown smart car where you're like, it's too much. I have some good gym stories. This one time, this cocked out guy. Cooked. I'm trying to understand this word. Cooked out guy was air grinding on the guys like behind them, but he would wait till the guys were mid deadlifts. The guys were pissed. Yeah, that would. I would not do that. Like that seems like highly inappropriate. Like, if I'm understanding what you said correctly, I feel like that would be like. I mean, you might be asking if you do that. You might be almost asking for a fist fight if you do that kind of stuff to other men. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That seems wild to me. The Bargu method is not just copying though. It's sort of putting your eye and brain through some difficulty so that your life drawing or painting or sketching will be better later on. Oh, okay. So there's some level of repetition so that it like I see what you're saying. That's the theory anyway, but who knows? Well, it's like it's like martial artists when they practice forms, right? Like they do the same movements over and over again, so that's what kicks in because you've drilled it into yourself, kind of a thing. LMAO. The guys did try to fist fight, so the coat guy got knocked out. Yeah, that's the danger of doing that. That's wild. That's a wild thing to do. I went to the gym once and they had signs on the wall telling members to appropriately dispose of their steroid needle. Whoa! Because they had been throwing them outside in the car park. That's crazy. That's crazy. After I saw those signs, I never went back. Yeah. That's pretty wild though. Actually, and the thing about building a lot of muscle is, you have you guys seen that meme? Have you guys seen that meme of like what you think your life will be like when you get a sports bike, and like they show like the women being interested, but then it actually just beans up all your bros being like talking about the specs of the motorcycle. That's kind of what the muscle world is too. I feel strongly that like women don't actually care about like muscle, that like that roided outlook. Um, and that like actually you're just gonna get a bunch of dudes giving you more attention. Um, so just know that women do like they don't care. I actually like strongly. I don't know what women care about. I don't think it's cars or muscle. Like, not saying. I don't know. I don't want to say that that's completely negatable, but I think that they don't care as much as people think they do. Like you don't have to go to the gym for that, or whatever the reason is that people go to the gym for. I think a lot of it is female attention, and I actually like. I think that like just paint Warhammer. That's what I just paint Warhammer models. It has the same result. It was crazy. Yeah, the realization is that a particular car or particular attitude is really just serving the fear of appreciating normal at a certain point in age. One realizes it's not only futile to appeal to social convention, it's actually a de- determinant of one's psychology development. I will say, like, if I had one, like, I do like American muscle cars, like the Dodge Charger, like that Hellcat square body kind of like circular. They have like those headlights, and I've seen like this one really cool one in our town. It's all black, like pitch blacked out, but it has like these like four of the, or maybe two. Anyway, it has like the older headlights with like they're like yellowed out in the dark, and I was like, bro, that looks really good. I don't even like really care about sports cars, but I would like, you know, like V8. I just would, you know what I mean? Like if I just had money laying around, like I mean real money, not like I have 28,000, I'm gonna go spend 28,000. I mean like if I had like just crazy amounts of money, it didn't matter if I bought like an 80,000 or whatever sports car, I would go get myself like some kind of a sports car, just because they are really cool. But I'm just saying for like a normal person that drives a normal car, I yeah, I just, as long as it's a normal sized car and doesn't get into that clown territory. I'm telling you, the 2003 Grand Prix, that 3600 engine they had in there, like never had an issue. Never. It just always worked. That car was great. I can't. I got like 7 years out of a $500 car. I will never complain. I will always miss it because also it was like a rust bucket, and I loved the fact that I didn't have to care about it. I I spray painted it a couple times. I abused that car. Like I used it as like I transported wood in it. Like, but guess who didn't care? Me, because I paid $500. And the people around you will also, they know you don't care when they look at your car with the dents. They're like, bro, don't get near that guy. Like he does not care. You know what I mean? So that's the other thing is like you're
like a sort of a, you're playing like Twisted Metal Black on the road, and other people are trying to like keep their $60,000 value of their car, so they know not to aggro you, right? Because like they know you're poor, and so they're like, yeah, just keep away from that guy, because he's inside of a twisted, like he's inside of a Twisted Metal world right now. He doesn't care about trading paint. Yeah, beater with the heater, that's what we call him here. That's all you really need. You want a nice sports car because you like the aesthetics, you don't want it to show off for social status. Yeah, the social status, like the fantasy of the sports car happens in my head. Like I'm a different person when you know what I mean? Like I don't care what people think. I just need, like, I have my own like fantasies about sports cars. Well, it's kind of like when I got my when I had my Ninja 650 that I bought. I thought I was the coolest person in the world, and no one could convince me otherwise. Um, I really love motorcycles. I don't like that you can get deleted on one so easily. But in terms of like I said, if I just had money, I would have a Ducati just slowly rotating in my living room. You know, because I love the look of a sports bike, especially like a Ducati. Like they look really phenomenal. I'm really like a fanboy of the Japanese motorcycles, but the problem, I think, of their aesthetics are a little too. They look a little too transformery for like. I think sometimes they add too much detail to their vehicles with the plastic. I think they actually need to like tone down and be more like cafe racer looking, like a little bit more simplistic of a look would be nicer. Um, but that's why I like cafe racers. My dad loved motorcycles. He was really good. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm good at like riding. I'm not like a good rider. Like I'm good because I understand my limits and I just drive. You know, I cruise around on a motorcycle, even if it's a sports bike. I don't do anything crazy. I can kind of do a what is it called when you lift up your front wheel? Like I've done that in the parking lot a few times, but I'm not like I can, you know, like I can do it. If you leave me in a parking lot for like an hour, I will eventually get that front tire up. But that's about the limits of how cool I can get. Even when he was in his 40s, he would do some sick U-turns. Yeah, motorcycles. Have you seen people do like this thing where they go into a turn and they're doing counter steering while braking the rear wheel, and they kind of do this thing where the rear wheel kind of kicks out, but they're still turning into a turn, and it looks really sick. I mean, you just look like the coolest thing that's ever walked the face of the earth if you can like pull that off calmly. And yeah, it just looks really sick. But you know, problem being is that like I wanted to do stuff like that, but you kind of have to have a lot of money to be able to like break stuff to learn. You know, even if you're not afraid of like what, you know, crushing your own bone under a motorcycle or whatever, you still kind of have to be careful because it's expensive to replace parts on a motorcycle if you drop it. I would be lying if I said I wasn't jelly of people who can like really do some cool motorsport stuff. Um, you know, it's dope. I'm not gonna lie. I wish I was that guy, but I just don't have the personality. Like, I'm too cheap to break my motorcycle to like learn to do stunts on it. I think what we like is to see that a guy has more strength than we do and also can lead. Anything than that is too feminine. Nice. Someone's writing an essay. No, there's a few people. There's a few people talking. That's why. No, we don't like weirded out guys. Some do, but majority, I feel, don't. We like a pretty face. We also don't care about loud, fast cars either. It's annoying. Yeah, you're gonna get a flock of dudes. Like, if you get a straight pipe sports car or motorcycle, you're gonna get a flock of dudes being like, yo, bro, that's sick. You're so cool. Like, I'm telling you, like, it's gonna have the opposite effect of what you want. You're gonna get a harem of, like, young dudes, like, thinking you're super cool. As far as physical things, I think girls do like the mystery of motorcycles. Girls do discuss riding the back of a bike at some point, so we do like. Yeah, I do think. Yeah. A Vauxhall Monero for dinner. A Lamborghini Countach for dessert. Dessert. I see what you mean. Yeah, I don't know my like high-end sports cars, but they're undeniably cool. But I guess like I said, if I had money, like just had money, I would probably like just buy like some Hellcat or something like that. I think they're like the last of the cool-looking American cars. Everything else kind of looks like a jelly bean. You know, looks soft. Even if you look at like the Ford Mustang now, it just kind of looks like a jelly bean essentially, with vague hints at one time being a muscle car. I'd love a Firebird. I sold my '68 Mustang to help buy this house, bro. That's how life gets you. That's how life gets you. Carolina says, hi everyone. How's it going? We're just talking about our dream vehicles that we would like to have today. Jin Jin says, Slipknot, where are you from? Alexandria, hey. So I'm one of the scary one, the old one. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. No, these are all jokes. These are all jokes. But I do feel like I spread the making fun of it around. Kind of fairly. How does your mom feel about your bike riding? You know what? I just went and bought a bike. I think like you should not ask your mom how she feels. I think you should not ask your mother about how she feels about that kind of a thing. Ultimately, I was also joking. Oh, good. I'm like, because I feel like I've make fun of everyone kind of fairly. I spread it around. I think there a lot goes towards the French, but I don't know why they come up so often. They're just like easy to make fun of, I think. But I kind of, old people, the French. But yeah, like I didn't ask my mom. I don't know. I think she is. I think she said that she doesn't worry. I talked to her. Like she says she doesn't think that anything will happen. What does she say? Tell us about your mom. She said that, like, but I'm still scary. Nice. I was, I don't, I think, I don't know, I think it's not in the spirit of motorcycling to, like, ask your mom how she feels about that. You should just go get one. But, I knew I was gonna get one. Like, it's like, I'm like, this is not, like, sort of optional. Like, this needs to be a phase of my life. So, but as far as how she feels, I think she said, like, she just knows nothing will happen. That she, like, gave me one of those answers. She's like, I don't think anything will happen to you. So that's just what she feels is the truth. So I don't know. Which is kind of true. I like I said, motorcycles, I just kind of cruise around on them. And not that I haven't done anything stupid, but I'm pretty careful and, you know, I think the biggest danger of motorcycle riding is that you may be hit by a larger vehicle. I think like you should. I think like the, you know, it's sort of a. It's hard to say like what's more dangerous because you're so vulnerable that if anything happens, like you're, how would you say it? It's like you're like out there in the wind, kind of. Like it's just anything can like delete you. So, but yes, a larger vehicle. Um, you know, I think the more dangerous things that have been done on motor, it's always been involved with riding with friends, kind of a situation. I think if you want to be safe, honestly, just ride alone because your friends will get you into trouble. Like maybe they rode dirt bikes, or something along those lines, and you can very quickly end up being in a situation where you're like riding way outside your comfort limit, like your skill limit. And but if you mess up, you know, you might be injured forever. So I would say like be like a calm alone rider, and you'll have a, you know, find ways to not. I'm not saying there's not good groups out there that ride like with everyone's skill limit in mind, but a lot of them end up being kind of like a lot of groups end up being kind of like ego based, and they want to show off, so other people show off. You know, people who were like 3 months in, they want to show something, and all of a sudden you got people like becoming part of a rail, you know, split in half. So I would say like the best thing you can do is ride alone, kind of, not with a group. I feel like a lot of groups kind of get people in trouble, from what I've seen, but you know, just be mindful of who you hang around with, because on motorcycles it's like the same thing as any other thing, but it's like times 10. Like a mistake will get you, you know. I have to be careful with what I say around the internet. I had a cousin who was a nurse, and she called summertime motorcycle riders donor season. True? True. Do you own a second helmet? No, I own a helmet. We don't have to wear a helmet in Illinois, technically speaking, but I do, but no, I have just one helmet. She was not a nice person. So, I mean, at the very least, she had a very dark sense of humor. But, I mean, I've been known to say stuff that's dark humor, so I don't judge, but yeah, it's pretty dark. Mr. Ciano for finally found someone with a decent artwork with graphic. Nice. How do you take girls riding? I did one time and it was very uncomfortable. I mostly just ride alone, Jen. I don't take people with me. It's uncomfortable. I don't enjoy it. Like. And the other thing is, girls have cooties, so if you take girls out riding like that, you might catch the cooties. So, just something to watch out for. That explains the no hugging. Oh, I'm really struggling with this back piece here. It's like this. It's hard to keep this. Um, you know what I'm having a hard time with is like the keeping a structure sort of coherent. Because I can cheat and just render things in, but I kind of want to have it be sort of. I want it to make sense, and that's what's kind of causing a lot of the issues. The making sense part. I thought I had it figured out there, but then like the more I look at it, the more I'm like, no, it's not quite what I had envisioned. Or I don't know what I think I was hoping for something cool to happen as I was adding these things in. I hope you guys understand why I'm spending so much time here. It's I want to kind of just render things out, but I kind of like can't. I just need it to be structurally like I want it to kind of make sense in a certain way. think I got it though. I think I got it now. I think I got an interesting thing going on here I can kind of work with. It's just as it goes to the back too, that's kind of like what I can't, having a hard time with that too a little bit. Someone says Palm Groovy, Sergeant Freed. Nice, thank you. Hope you like it. It is groovy indeed. I think we're getting somewhere now with this whole thing. Took me. I think I'm good now. I just need to render it out. For a while there, I wasn't sure kind of how to structure what I wanted to show. I wasn't even sure what I was trying to show. Refu Rock says bye bye. All right, man. Thank you for being here, though. We appreciate it. We super appreciate it. Where's the dog? In my bedroom probably. He's probably just chilling. Aries, come here. See if he'll come. We can try to call him over. See if that'll work. Actually, let me go check. I don't know. I haven't heard from the dog for a while. Let me go check. Alright, he's just in bed. Just in bed, laying. Does he like cuddles? Yeah, he likes like scratches like on his like back and stuff. I don't know about cuddles. It seems pretty neutral on that, but he likes walks, that's for sure. The dog loves walking. Jibochi! Jibochi 25 stream streak. Nice. Good morning. Morning. Noise. 25 stream streak. Winning. These are the true heroes. Cutie, he looks like he's a cuddler. No, not really. I guess I'm wrong. My dog hates cuddles but loves sweet talk and pets. He likes scratches. He doesn't like cuddles, no. he'll tolerate, like, if you know what I mean, he'll tolerate it, but he's not really he's kind of, in a sense, he's like me. He's like on his own wavelength. He just kind of hangs out. Doesn't really want to, you know, he likes things he likes and he doesn't like things he doesn't like. Your mic kind of far away, but is it kind of far away? The music loud? Me? Yeah, well, one second. Hopefully that's a little bit better. I need to buy a mic arm. I really do. That's gonna be my next like investment, is a mic arm, because it has been like a little bit all over. The quality has been all over the place. Problem is I can't. If I move it down on the glass, it kind of starts to. I think the glass kind of in itself kind of creates that vibrational kind of. I'm trying to see if I can use something to put it on that won't. Alright. Let's see. You let me know if that works a little bit better in terms of sound quality. Get one from Temu. I need to get one from. No, they're like $40. You know what I mean? They're like $40, and it kind of fixes that issue. A lot of the reason that these mics aren't supposed to be 3 feet away from you. They're supposed to be like right on you. And if I get an arm, it'll be a lot more. The sound quality will immediately go up. 40, goddamn. Yeah, like, I mean, that's not really an expensive arm though. I've seen like, they go like 70s, like a decent one, and then they go up just stratosphere from there. But it's chill on that. It's whatever. I think $40 is alright. Like, you know. Sometimes I'm surprised, like, you need to get those podcast material. You know, I'm more surprised at how cheap things like that are and how expensive food is. That's where I'm perplexed, is like, why can't food be proportional to other costs of things? Like, it seems like things that are like, especially appliances that are like really cheap. You can get a refrigerator for like $60, but to put food in it costs like $1 million. It's wild how that works. We've sort of conquered technology. Anyone can slap together a computer that can be a gaming computer for like a couple $100 if you kind of know what you're doing. I'm over exaggerating a little bit, but you know. But food, it's like, good luck. How did you enjoy Star Wars? I wonder. I'll give my honest take on it. I think had I watched it back in the 70s and things of that nature, I understand that it was a revolutionary movie for its time, but we were watching it and I did zone out and it was a little bit of a slog. Like, I was like, pay attention. Like, I had to keep reverting my. Honestly, the Millennium Falcon scenes were really good. The sets, some of the set design was amazing. So, like, the movie varied. I think the beginning of the movie was a little shaky, and it did feel like an old 70s movie, but then, like, as it went on, it got better and better. I don't know, I feel like I can see why people thought it was a great movie, but I'm just giving my, like, I understand that the movie has to be judged from, you know, my modern sensibilities. It's like, I'm watching a 70s movie, so we both thought it was good. I think the newer movies have been somewhat inappropriately critiqued. I think that they've been like maybe a little bit unfairly flogged for being, you know, I didn't love the new movies, but I didn't hate them. I like looking at this movie, I'm like, this is kind of silly Billy all over the place too. Like, so I don't know. Much better. Now you are understandable. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. That's good. That's what we want. Then you're gonna have to adjust the mic each time you speak, so you'll truly be a podcast guy. Yeah, but in general, it'll be like right here, which I'm here. You know what I mean? I don't like move around that much. It was a good time for its own time. Yeah, I think The North Atlantic accent is throwing me off, though. I didn't mind that too much. The North Atlantic accent didn't bother me too much. Luke, watch your back. In North Atlantic accent got me. See, I guess I associate it differently. To me, the North Atlantic accent came out of like the beginning of the radio in America, and they literally didn't know how to speak into it, so they invented a new accent. But it's chill. I agree, food is very expensive. It's crazy. Food is crazy. Like, you can get a television, just circle your neighborhood, and there'll be like a free flat screen TV somewhere within the vicinity of your neighborhood. Food? Not so much. They should have like, you know how they have squirrel feeders? They should have like people feeders. So I can go out there and nibble on some food really quick. For like people who are down on their luck. And then people can like people watch legally, so it's like you have a little people feeder outside your house. And they come in and they nibble a little bit and they go, you know. I mean, we're getting to that era. Things are getting so expensive. One handful per person. People feeders, well, something you say interesting. Sometimes you say interesting things. Yeah. Sometimes I say interesting things. I do wish I had like kept a CRT TV around. Not that I was a particular super fan of those things, but I think some things are better left kind of like on those old screens. They kind of like look better actually than when you go on like super high definition TVs. That kind of ruins some of the like they're not meant to be seen like that. I feel like I watched some 70s superhero movies. They were bad. Have you watched Doctor Strange? And Avengers, one of them had North Atlantic accents though. Yeah, the superhero stuff in the 70s was silly Billy. Like it's hard to watch. Although I will say, you know, this was a little bit later on, but I will say like the Power Rangers, like if you look at the actual like choreography and like the way they filmed it was actually pretty good action. Like I actually think like Power Rangers, aside from the silliness, like the actual how they filmed it was not terrible. Most of the women were also portrayed to be silly, clumsy, damsel in distress. Different times. Who all watched the movie? Me and Jacochi. Me and Jacochi watched it. Nope, I think Future Oil, he was visiting. He would have been there, but he was greatly missed. His presence was greatly missed due to family matters. But I mean, you know, I still like thought I needed to see the Star Wars movies, the original, Episode 4, because it's like such a legendary thing that it's almost like you should just know what it, you should like watch it just because it's such an iconic thing. Although I'm not a huge nerd, but of all that stuff, but I'm more of a Starship Troopers guy myself, like when it comes to space fantasy. I'm down for episode 5. Just there was some other movie I wanted to watch. I mean, like, it's not outside the realm of possibility, but I don't know. Like, I had to keep reminding myself to watch the movie and not start hallucinating imagery in my head like I usually do. Like, it was not the, you know. Let's watch 5. You all said that last time, and then everyone like bounced. They're like, I got things to go do. You should know it's amazing. Luke is easy on the eyes. I do have to take a shower. Just got home from walking. Be right back. All right. Nice. Walking will not cause me to take a shower in this economy.
Food distribution might actually happen today. Keep an ear out for an update.
Sorry. I knew that would happen. The microphone slid down slowly because there's nothing pushing on that wire. Hold on, I gotta secure that wire back there. But how? That's the question. That's the great question. Is how do you do it? I think that should hold, but no promises. You dropped it on me like last time. I can def watch today though. You guys dropped it on me like last minute. Oh, I see. By the power of using tape. Oh, you know what? You're Japochi. That is a good idea. I have tape right here. Give you my commentary on Luke's pretty blue eyes, silly bowl cut. If my desk wasn't, it's not as easy to tape things as one might think. All right, don't go anywhere. We'll have to come back to that. Aw, baby, what are you doing? What are you doing? Sorry, yeah, some drool on my hand is kind of disgusting, but there we go. Oh, you good boy. Aww. So he likes kind of being scratched right there. He kind of goes wild for that. But he's not a hug dog. He doesn't like to be hugged. Alright, well, I don't think that tape is going to hold throughout the whole session, but we'll kind of pray that it kind of sits. I don't know. Sometimes miracles happen.
The blackout in Sector C has been resolved.
I hate when almost everything works, but like there's one element that I don't like, and I gotta like sit here and be like, but why does it not fit?
Remember, power is out at 2200 hours.
Have you ever watched Rocky and Bull? Rocky, like the boxing movie, and Bullwinkle? Bullwinkle? Bullwinkle doesn't ring a bell at all. And Rocky, I'm assuming you're talking about the Rocky Balboa movies. But basically, I've seen, I think, 2 of the Rocky movies. Maybe 3. It's all like kind of vague now. I was never a super fan of boxing, but it's alright. Those movies are good. It's a cartoon, Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoon. Then no. Then no. That does not ring a bell. They're Russian. I would have to hear it in Russian. I probably still wouldn't remember. If they're like Soviet era cartoons, I might have seen them. They might have passed through my gaze, but I don't. It doesn't ring a bell.
Distribution might actually happen today. Keep an ear out for an update.
The characters are Russian. I'm sure it was American made, who knows, but the female name I think was Natasha. It also stayed with me. Okay. That's strange. I've never heard of that. I would ask Slipknot fan. He's usually like in on the nuanced, sort of forgotten film archives. He like knows a lot about that kind of thing.
There's a link in Sector D. Maintenance says they'll get to it eventually.
Because of the cartoon, I thought Russians were mean and cold. True. And Natasha, a common Russian name? Yes. They were not lying. No, I'm just kidding. You know, there's a little bit of truth to it. It's more of a for the. I don't know. I think, like I was saying before, I think smiling in Eastern Europe is considered like something you shouldn't do unless you know someone pretty well. But once you know them, you can smile at them. Just don't, you know, just keep that smiling stuff inside until you know someone, you know. Which I actually don't mind that like a little bit. I wish people would tone down the smile. She said it funny. She said it funny, Natasha. I mean, I'm saying it's a common name because I've heard, I lived in Belarus and I've heard that name like 40 times. So I'm gonna say yes because they're similar. But I mean, yeah, it's like there's like, seems like it's even in movies you see that, you hear that name like constantly. Then I would be arrested in Russia, smiling and saying hi. You wouldn't be, but it would just I don't know. I think now things have changed. It's just more like the 90s and stuff. Like, we're like that. But it's like that in other places, probably. You know, more like not in the cities. But I think if you went to like a major city, it's like the same as anywhere else, kind of a thing. Everyone's gonna be fairly modern, kind of.
If you've been hoarding supplies, now's the time to share. Or don't. Whatever.
It's cold today. Your creature's coming along. Where are you putting the beautiful princess? There's no current plans for that kind of a thing. Creature looks cool, says MR PM3JP. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate. He does look cold. He does look cold. This guy, yeah, it's me when it's cold. We're all cold out here. I have a question for you. Do you think the biggest mistake beginner artists can make is not taking risks? No, I think the biggest mistake is lack of consistency. Earwolves. Oh, you go. Oh. Oh, you got drool on you. Thank you. I think that like risks are fine. I think it's fine to like experiment and stuff. I think that's good. But I think that like nice goo goos. Yeah, thank you for the my armchair now has like a little bit of dog saliva on it. Thank you. No, I think like consistency is like not the only thing that matters, but kinda. And then risks are fine. It's just like go and experiment and stuff. And I'm not as consistent as I should be in certain respects because I think I need to like kind of lock down more of like training specifically for stuff, like doing the anatomy, like just kind of doing the basics, like hardcore, like kind of revisiting that stuff. Which I draw a lot, but I don't do that enough, I think. But I think the biggest mistake is not like sort of. It depends on what you mean by like risk, but I think like I would focus on just being consistent, practicing the basics and stuff, and I think that's where you'll grow the most, more so than like risk taking. Is consistency something? What's gonna really be challenging for someone is consistency something? I'm not sure what you're saying by that. What's really challenging for someone the first few years? It depends on your brain type. Different people have different issues, but I would say, I don't know. I'm not sure how to answer that, except that you need to just like, draw consistently, and then miracles will happen out of that. I'm doing an expert dollar origami fold right now. What the? Relearning an old fave. I'm doing it at 85 effort. An actual dollar might not be right as I need. First of many Christmas ornaments, first gifts this year. Nice. Basically, I'm asking, is it hard? Like, it's hard. It's hard. Like, no. Like, your skill will go up like this, like slowly. But that's only if you stay consistent. And then you don't need to worry about, like, it's hard if you try to pull off something, like, really crazy early on, but you just need to stay consistent, and then that'll just kind of become like what you can do, because it'll be normal now. That's what consistency will give you. You don't have to. You'll eventually get to the good. But I think staying consistent is hard and stuff. And yes, I think it is hard. Staying consistent is very hard. I also sometimes don't want to, but because you hit these like plateaus of like skill plateaus for a long time, and it doesn't feel great to kind of sit in one place for like a really long time. It's demoralizing. But you just kind of hang in there. And you just keep doing it, and eventually, like, you'll find it. Like, something I love about Facebook is like that whole. They'll show you what you drew like a couple of years ago, and sometimes I have had moments where I saw something kind of good, and I was like, "Crap! Like, am I getting better?" But the other day, I saw something from a year ago, like a sketch, and I'm like, "I think I've definitively become better." since then because it's such a drastic shift. So you get like these. Facebook is really good at like showing you stuff that like. In that respect, I like it. I like seeing them randomly show me something you drew a year ago, and then I'm like, oh, you know what? I have gotten better. That looks awful. How much time a day do you spend drawing? Well, I do 5-hour streams. I just thought 7 hours just wasn't sustainable for me. So I switched to 5-hour streams just because I got other projects outside of this. I kind of want to, while I have time in my life right now, there's other things I want to do and I don't want, so I kind of dialed it back. I'm gonna keep this as a solid hobby. We'll keep the trend going, but I'm not gonna like do 7 hours. It just doesn't make sense right now. Honestly, I think it's 99%. Consistency is 99%. I don't practice what I preach, by the way. Yeah, no, it's all just consistency. It's super hard to, yeah. Because you eventually, like, you tap out on that, like, the sort of passion you feel towards it, and you just have to go off of discipline, and there's, like, this long stretch where you're just not getting better, and that's when people just kind of go, yeah, okay, I'm out, like, or whatever. So I totally understand. I think that, like, the stream has really helped because it's like it gives me a different reason to do it. I just do it to kind of like be here and chat and draw. So because of that, I sort of, you know what I mean? It's just sort of, I've just set a goal of doing a daily stream, so it's kind of like forcing the issue. So I would say like streaming really helped me. It gets easier. It gets easier each time you do it for 4 main reasons. Over time, you'll be able to eliminate what you don't yet recognize. You see what works for you. You see what doesn't work for you. You learn along the way in shortcuts. You gain muscle memory, so you're more efficient and use less effort to be accurate. I think I agree with all that. Would you ever do like a study stream? No. I'd be interested to see your process of how you work on learning. Would you ever do like a study stream? Mostly repetition and memory. Like you're trying to memorize things so you can call back that memory like easier. Like when I do anatomy, it's just like kind of mind-numbing repetition. Not unlike practicing letters when you're a kid. Like you're just drawing the same muscular structure until like you can remember how they fold better. It's pretty mundane and not that interesting. I wish it was more exciting and there was like some genius logic to it, but for the most part, you're just like memorizing stuff. It's not it's like super boring. I still use references all the time, especially for the back. Back is like on. It's like, I feel like the human brain is not cut out to remember the muscular structure of the human back. It's just inconceivably difficult. It's like doesn't make any sense. There's just so much stuff going on that like. What do you mean by taking risks? That is a good question too. I think like that's a good question too. Like what do you mean by taking risks? 'Cause that like I feel like it's not really a necessary strategy. But it kind of depends on what you mean by that. Like, you could try new things, for sure. Like, you see somebody else's style, you try to emulate it a little bit, incorporate, but, like, that's kind of like a risk, but kind of go outside your comfort zone, maybe, but I don't know. What the? Thank you for the raid. Let's do a shout out really quick. Shout out. Follow. I did it right. Nice. Thank you so much for the. Thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? I hope it was good. But yeah, I'm continuing on with my Eldritch Creature here, obviously. Trying to continue that. My $1 must be printed with perfect borders for the pyramid to show centered when finished. I've measured everything this time so I can easily spot the right notes I need. Ah, okay. Nice. Stream was mega cozy, but crushed in the beginning, but we salvaged it. Well, what happened in the beginning? Did you have a OBS crash? I've had that. That'll flush out the audience. Having a good old crash. That's why I love OBS. But I've learned like why it crashes. Luckily. No, just making a mess with the paint. Oh, instead of taking my time. Ah, I see, yeah. Understandable. We've been there with miniature model painting. I've definitely had my share of spills and things of that nature. Oh, guys, I did buy myself one of those headsets that I can use with the lenses. Where did Slipknot go? I feel like he quietly sneaks out a little. Probably for a smoke, I don't know. But yeah, I got that headset for miniature model painting with the lenses and stuff. It'll help with that. I'm gonna eventually get back to that. I got a whole Tau army to paint for a friend, and I'll just do it super slow, bro. It'll be super slow. But I think I'm gonna shoehorn like a an instance of that into the show, like do a show maybe like twice a month of that. I hope people don't get upset at that, you know what I mean? But for those who just want the drawing, but I do enjoy painting now and again, so, and I feel the energies for that is like back. I needed one of those heads. I need one of. They're not too expensive. They're not too expensive. I can show you guys mine. Let me go. I'll be right back. I'll show you guys my headset. It's not the most expensive one, but they're all kind of like the same. You can't really tell the difference. My parents had one. I tried that, and I'm like, I think this will work. I can make it work. The depth perception thing is kind of hard to get used to because you can't tell like exactly where your brush is without when you got like the zoomed in thing. I'll show you mine here in a second. Give me one second.
Someone broke into the East Wing storage rooms. Not sure what's left. Check for yourself.
Alright, brand new headset. We got LED lights and everything. I haven't put any lenses in yet, but this is kind of what we're dealing with here. You got like a knobs and stuff, knobs and things to like. I haven't played with. I think you gotta kind of does this, and then you like let these lenses down. There's no lenses installed yet, so we'll kind of take care of that later. But you got all kinds of adjustments and stuff. And then you can sit here and meticulously paint out. It just like it you need it. I can't like not use lenses. But it's also got like a light here. Anyway, that'll be fun to play around with. I just can't paint without some kind of magnification. Oh wow, it's got option 2 for like a brighter mode. How does that look? Anyway. We'll get back to this. Probably very Tron 1 look. Oh nice, yeah. It's like a VR headset, but for painting miniatures. I need one of those. I think I read that already, but yeah, definitely get one of them. I've seen some of those on sale online. I meant to buy one for drawing micro-sized pencil drawings. Yeah, they're not too bad. I think this was like 20 bucks. I'll explore it later. I gotta get all my paint and stuff kind of like all together. That's the other issue is like the painting, it takes like space. And I kind of like I'm set up for what I'm set up for, and I hate doing the painting because I gotta bring everything out. I gotta like do the mixing, and then you gotta have a little thing for the mixing. You gotta have a platform for the figure. It's like a lot of logistical like nightmarish stuff that goes into it, and that's why that's why I don't. Well, that's not why I don't do it. It's also like very meticulous, and it takes a lot of hours to. The way I paint is very slow, so. And I'm not the greatest painter, but I can push out a decent look if I put enough hours into it. I can like render it out to where it's like, it's definitely like better than like, I'd say like if you take the general population, I'm better than that, but I'm not better than like the people who are specialized in it. you know, I can get a good decent tabletop ready figure to go. What is something that throws you off that people watching ask you? Throws you off? I don't know. I feel like I have to meditate on it. I'm sure there's things that people have said that I'm like, what the? But, I don't think there's been like too many like super wild questions. What do you wish people would ask you? I don't think I have anything that in particular that I want them to ask me. Sorry for the boring answers, but I don't think I have like a specific thing I would like people to specifically do or not. I feel like these are fun questions and I'm giving like super lame answers right now. Do you have a vision for yourself as far as your art goes? No, I don't have a vision. Well, the vision would, the perfect vision is that like I would just hang out and draw and get paid enough to exist off of that. That would be the vision. I don't have like I don't have a vision. No. You gotta be careful what you wish for anyway, so I'm like, I don't know, like, it'd be kind of cool if, like, I could just hang out and draw and then, like, that would be, like, enough money. That would be, like, the coolest idea. That would be just awesome. I don't particularly want to go for, you know, not that I wouldn't, but I don't necessarily want to work for a particular company or anything like that. How do you prefer your eggs? Well, I try to consume, like this morning, I'll be honest guys, I didn't even cook them. I just drank like 4 raw eggs. Like I just drank them just because it's faster. And then, yeah. It's not so much that I have a preferred style of eggs that I like. It's just more about how fast can I eat them and just move on with my life. I consume food more as a medical necessity. By the way, thank you for the follow. Thank you. But that's kind of my take on it. I'm not a big food guy. I think I do enjoy some food. But like my favorite thing is like dried out meat. Like that is, I can chew on dried meat like all day. Do you love it when one of your old tools is perfect for a new project? Turn out my titanium fulcra leva tool is the absolute perfect origami tool. It does help when you build up an arsenal of tools. Yeah, I do like that. When you go to bed, do you play things back in your head, or do you fall asleep right away? Oh, I definitely play. I usually turn on a podcast on my phone, kind of prop it up against something, and I'll just have a podcast playing as I fall asleep. But I do get in the loop cycle of like thinking about the same thing over and over again. That does happen. I'm not a big fan of it, but it does happen to me. That was my next question. If you also like them raw, I don't like them raw. It's just way easier. It's just way easier to consume them that way, because you just crack 4 eggs and then you're done like four seconds later, and you don't have to cook. You don't have to heat anything up. You just rinse the cup out and move on with your life. That's why I'm a super big fan of that. What do you play over? I'm not sure what that means. What do you play over? Oh, like the it's kind of, the things that get stuck in my head are kind of random. It varies from I don't think there's a consistent theme. I'd have to think on that. I'm not sure. I think it's kind of random, like what my mind gets stuck on sometimes. I fall asleep right away because I'm so tired. Get little sleep, work hard. Getting little sleep for me does not guarantee sleep. Insomnia for me doesn't work that way. You just keep being awake. I think it's more of the opposite. I have to force myself to take days off to get rid of insomnia. Otherwise it'll just, if I just work, if I just go, oh, I'm just gonna work nonstop for the next couple of weeks, I just get insomnia. I can't do it because my brain just won't let me go to sleep, and then I just can't function. So it's not I can force myself to work. It doesn't work because then my brain just goes, oh, okay, well, we just won't sleep then. And then so yeah, getting super tired used to work, and then it stopped working. You are purposely reserved, however frustrating at the end of your day because you ask more? Are you purposefully reserved, however frustrating at the end of your day because you don't ask more? Are you purposefully reserved? I don't think so. However frustrating at the end of your day because you didn't ask more. I'm not sure how to put that question together. I'm not sure what that means. How many hours do you sleep? Do you get? She's asking Mr. PM. For me, it's lately a good night of sleep has been around 8 hours. I feel like I should be able to like sleep less than that, but for some reason it's been. If I can sleep, I do, and it's been around 8 hours. Like I said, I've been working on blacking out my windows, and now I've had 2 nights in a good sleep in a row, so I think that is helping a lot. I think that the light pollution issue is like a huge deal. I'm actually gonna go harder on it and like put more effort into blocking out the sun, but light pollution is a huge factor that I need to like work on. I think I used to be able to sleep in the middle of daylight. It never had an issue with that, but now like I can't even a small USB light from a charger somewhere in the corner of the room. It just like once your eyes get used to it, it's like a brightly lit room. So I'm going, I'm trying to get away from all that. I was like really lazy for a long time. I just didn't do it. Sleepy mask doesn't help because it kind of slides off. It's not consistent enough. But yeah, I feel like I could like do so much more. If I could figure out consistent sleep, I could like do so much more. But if my brain just doesn't let me sleep after a certain amount of work hours, then I just can't. There's nothing I can do. There's only so much bandwidth I can put out before I just can't sleep. So that's the trick right now. Is Yuri a popular Russian name? It's definitely known. It's not, I don't know if it's like the same as Mike in America, but it's definitely like definitely a name that you hear. Maybe not quite as, quite as common as some names, but it's definitely like a known name for sure. You know that to be the fact because you hear it in every Call of Duty video. Or not video, but game. There's always a Yuri in there somewhere. Usually one of the good guys too, which is nice. Carolina says, a long time ago I learned that it was good to sleep for a time duration of a multiple of 1.5 hours because it takes 1.5 hours to go through one sleeping cycle. So always sleep something like 1.5, 3, 4.5, 6, 7.5, or 9 hours, but never sleep for 8 hours. That is not a good cycle. It is a bit different from a person to person, but in principle it works. Oh, I see. To like reach REM sleep or whatever. I mean, yeah, I just hope I get sleep. I just hope and pray that I get sleep. It's now, I'm not, if I wish I could have that level of precision. Like, I don't understand that people did just sleep. That would be wonderful. If it was up to me, I would just do it consistently and then I wouldn't have issues. I'm so jelly of like people who can just doze off. Like, I'm like, how do you, like, I have to have like the star and the moon line up at just the right angle and, you know. And I tried melatonin and all that stuff. And it did, actually, melatonin really helped, but then I like stopped taking it and then I started taking it again and it didn't work anymore. I'm like, oh wow, that's crazy. Like, it was the wildest thing. Like, it worked super well and I had consistent sleep, and then I was like, yeah, I probably don't need it. I ran out and then I stopped taking it, and then like after a while the sleep got bad. I started taking melatonin, zero effect. I'm like, okay, I guess that just, you get one wish, and then I guess I should have never stopped. Actually, let me go get a cotton swab. Actually, cotton swabs aren't super terrible for this kind of job, for buffing this out right here. I'm gonna go grab a. Exactly, you go through different phases: alpha, delta, gamma phase before reaching REM. Melatonin doesn't take you there. Sorry, fly. I'm not really sure about. Yeah, probably, maybe, I don't know. I know it helped initially, but then it didn't. Oof, fly attack. Yeah. No, I wasn't just doing kung fu for you guys. There's a fly in here. Alpha, beta, gamma. Open the fly zapper. It's been open. It's sitting by the door. Let me come right back. I need to go grab a cotton swab thing. I did see that Tesla coil thing. Somebody, I don't know if somebody sent it to me or I saw it. It's like this metal ball, and it just kills everything within the vicinity, which would be nice. It's literally like that game we were playing with the bugs, Helldivers. You get within a certain vicinity, and it gives you a good zap. I messed my fold up, put an incorrect crease in. Oh well, practice run. I tried origami once. I bought a book on origami, but it was too difficult. I couldn't understand what it was asking me to do. After the first couple of folds, it was like, and now do this insanely difficult thing, and I'm like, oh. Also, you know what I also saw is like Japanese paper back then was like super thick too. So they had like this, like the origamis weren't like kind of like made out of 2 days paper. It was like this kind of a different, thicker paper. They're still like they still make it. It's like this traditional paper, and there's this. I watched a thing. This guy from he's Dutch. He's Dutch, and he's like he got really into it. He moved to Japan, and he has like a workshop, and he makes like has a little farm. You gotta cook it and stuff, and I don't know. He's like really into it. Pretty interesting stuff. This is like the hardest, furthest point to like shade. The far left. It's like, man. I have to constantly think here about the distances. I want the, this kind of lit up here, and then everything that's sort of further back is going to be kind of shrouded in darkness. So there's going to be quite a bit of rendering out to kind of make things look like three-dimensional, which makes sense, but it's going to be, there's going to be quite a bit of work on this one to kind of get the effect that I want. And it's it's so tempting to make things look like they're shrouded in darkness, but it's so much work in terms of just sitting here and rendering, which I don't mind, but and it takes a lot of work to make it look compelling and not cheese through it, right? And start getting lazy and you know what I need to write down? I need to go pay for my water bill. I'll keep forgetting to do that. Ugh. Before I forget, I need to write it down. Which paper pencil are you using? Give me 1 second. using my 0.2 millimeter, my favorite pencil for this. Are you journaling now? It's more of a record keeping, just things I want to finish, kind of like daily tasks, more so than how I think you're imagining journaling. Although I did think about starting a dream journal. I'm like too, you know what I mean, getting another one, putting it next to my bed, and I'm like, I just don't care enough. Innovative for yeah. I don't. It's more of a like more of a task kind of a thing, more so than you know, the other kind of journaling. Pay the bills. You know, I usually pay stuff like the water is like for me is cheap, so I usually pay like a couple months ahead of time. So there's still time. I just haven't. I'm like, last time I went, I forgot my money. I only had enough money for 1 month, and so now I need to go back and give them more money. I usually pay like a couple months in advance, so I don't have to keep revisiting that whole lore book. It's not as fun as you think. It's more just like this got done, and then I do make adjustments in there based on results and stuff. But like it's more. I would really like to. Well, no, I wouldn't. Never mind. I envisioned a museum for you. Oh, nice. I'm not that old, but thank you. You just never know. I mean, that's in the future. All your journals, Twitch streams, playing, and all your works hanging on the wall. That would be pretty dope. I mean, that's in the future, lol. You just never know, manifesting. Nice. I'm thinking, you know what I'm thinking about is like maybe I should take off my fairings off my Ninja 650. Kind of like I'm getting to that point where I'm like, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to take the fairings off of that bike. You know. It's kind of like the vibe I'm getting right now. Not even sure what part you want to remove. The exterior sort of plastic that you would see on a motorcycle. I want to take that off. In case you guys are wondering what I'm talking about. Just have that naked Street Fighter look. Not sure why they call it a Street Fighter, but you know. I'm so cold, my knees hurt. Turn up the temper. Where do you live? Does anyone else get that? Yuri, I want to see your bike. You can't see my Ninja 650. I don't have any photos of it. But if you do follow the link to my Instagram and you scroll down far enough, you will see my GS 1100G that I converted into a pseudo cafe racer. That's the only picture of a motorcycle that I have online, I think. But my Ninja 650 is like very like it's a generic what do you call it? Twin parallel engine 650 cc's. It's more of a it's not really a sports bike. It's more of a like a very reliable good bike. But it's like not really a Ninja. They just started branding it. Kawasaki went through a phase where I don't know if they do it now, but they branded everything a Ninja. And you kind of saw the same thing with Ford doing that later. You're gonna have Mustangs for every type of car now. Where was I going with that? Basically, it's not you would not fall over yourself if you saw it. You'd be like, oh, that's a pretty generic black sports bike. Look, Yuri, I'm over at the Starship Trooper stream. Got any questions you want me to ask them? I'll plug your stream over. No, don't. I feel I don't. You don't need to do that. I feel like we're not supposed to. I feel like that's not a good way to advertise yourself. You know, to have people post your stream on other people's streams. I think, right? Who are you talking to over there? Are you talking to like a Casper Van Dien along? Is he over there like? But don't plug my stream. I feel like that's not how you're not supposed to do it that way. I feel like they'll get upset at like they'll think it's like me spamming. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel like you shouldn't do that. But regardless, I don't have any questions. I feel like I've watched enough documentaries and sort of thoughts about Starship Troopers that I kind of get it. I kind of get what it is. Don't worry, you're cool. Oh, they're cool? Oh, I see it. I see what you mean. I thought maybe I'm like I don't know. I don't want to spam my stream all over the, you know what I mean, like two hosts just talking about the movie. Who are? Oh, okay. Is this like who? What's the channel again? Maybe I've heard of it because I've heard countless takes on Starship Troopers, like countless. I've read the book. The book not as good, but Planet X Filmworks. I won't plug it, lol. That's their channel. Oh, okay. I've never heard of that. There. Yeah, I also don't know how to spell there and there, which and which. I'm like very still horribly confused about these things. But I can spell there. I'm pretty good at that one now. Like I've kind of gotten used to it. They need to just take out. They're a small film review channel. Yeah, me and Japoji thought about doing that, but it's like I only have so much energy for the day. You know, it's like you can only get so much stuff done, and I'm like, I don't feel like starting another channel that also won't grow. They got 1.5k subs. Nice. I'm in the Midwest, but I thought you said Florida. I'm in the Midwest, but I have the heat up to 76. You are not gonna like my house. If you came over here, it's like I leave it at like 69, 68 sometimes, and I'm just like, go do push-ups if you're cold. There. Yeah, exactly. The English language, it's like they went crazy with the there, and differentiating. How do you spell which and which one? You know what I mean? It's like pick a different word for something. You know what I mean? I'm in the Midwest. I just have knobby knees that always hurt. I don't have Instagram. Wonder if I can still view. No, I don't think you can. You can view, but you can't like click. Hi again. I'm from England, by the way. Oh yeah, you did ask me. Yeah, he's from Englandia. That's from where they came from. It's like an island. They used to own the world. Wait, what were we planning to do? I missed parts of it. And you're talking to a goldfish. I forgot what we were just talking about 5 minutes ago. What were we gonna do? I don't know. I had a couple things to do after this stream, but mostly nothing. But a couple things for sure. I need to read my Gears of War book a little bit, within reason. I don't want to get too smart. I don't want to leave you guys behind with all the reading I'm doing back here. It's the same reason I stopped working out. It's like, guys, I can't get, if I get any stronger, you know what I mean? 2 goldfish, yeah, it's literally, it wouldn't be good for me to get any stronger, because then it's like everyone else is going to be so far behind. I have to let the mortals kind of catch up. These are jokes, obviously. I'm just kidding. I'm probably technically speaking, I'm probably illiterate. Like, if you did like an English exam, they'd be like, "You're actually illiterate. Like, you can't write properly." So. This guy is going? Where are we going? Jen, I thought you said you were from Florida. This guy's going to make his guests do push-ups when they're cold. But you're so sweet. Yeah, kinda. Like, not all the time, but a lot of times, like, you can. I'm from California, Southern California, but I live in the Midwest. Oh yeah, I've lived in the Midwest ever since I was 9 years old, and I moved from Belarus to here, and I never felt the temptation to move again because I'm kind of a turtle, to be honest, in life. I just don't feel like I'm like, I mean, it's, like, how different is the next house gonna be? Like, how different is like, I think I'm naturally kind of designed to be a person that lives in the same place. I just don't feel like. The winters have to be depressing for someone that's used to like a good weather cycle. The Midwest is different. The tanning is non-existent here. We used to have a tanning bed in a gym I used to go to. This was back when I was 19. God only knows what's going on now, but people are very polite, but not direct. In the Midwest, but not direct, which I'm not used to. The city out here doesn't smell like urine though, so that's nice. What city do you live in that it doesn't smell like urine? Like, what the? It definitely smells like urine. What? Slipknot, lol, I feel like Peppa Pig ruined the accent for me. How do you feel about Peppa? Peppa Pig. It's a cartoon, right? I'm not sure they have Peppa Pig in England. So tanning in SoCal is like, are you worried about like skin problems though? Don't you like eventually? Not to like judge. It's like whatever, you know. It's like not a big deal, but like or I'd be like afraid of the skin problems that you can get from tanning. Is like a backyard. So tanning in SoCal is like a backyard thing. My sis and I just lay out in my dad's backyard. Oh, here though, it's like you have to pay money for it. Yeah, which I do, but I never imagined paying for sun rays. Are you like? Do you guys? I feel like I'd be like really worried about that, like the tanning thing, like the skin cancer. Not you know. Is that not something you fear then, or? Thank you for the follow, by the way. I mean. I stay away from the sun. I mow the lawn and I run right back in. I do not stay out there. It is a thing, but I have melanin. I don't worry. I'd worry for you tanning. You're Russian. Well, I'm from Belarus, but yeah, let's keep the you know like the Russia thing kind of like over there. I mean, not trying to distance myself, but you know with like the politics and stuff like that. It's like, you know, I'm from Belarus. Just to be clear, you know, we're all great people. Just want to make clear that I have no association with any country that it is or maybe invading or whatever. You know, just need to be get it right. You know, Belarus. But yeah, I stay away from the sun. I might go to bed, sir. Japochi has to go to bed. My eyes are giving up. You sir, have a fun stream. Thank you for the stream. No problem. Thank you, Japochi. I appreciate the hangout and all that. You have a good sleep. Enjoy your sleep. But yeah, I would still. I don't know. I don't know. I would still be, because like, if you are naturally tan from melanin, then you don't have to like worry about tanning, right? Like, it's like you're kind of like you're done. Like, you have the melanin. It's just never even occurred to me to like even ever consider something like that. I do find it interesting how like different people are. Like, to me, tanning beds, like, they don't even exist in my worldview. Like like they're not a thing in my. That is pretty interesting. Okay, my bad, Belarus. What do we call them though? Belarus? Belarusians? Belarusians? I'm not really sure exactly, but... I enjoy having color. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to be beautiful, sir. Oh. I guess to me, like, it's neither here nor there. Like, you know what I mean? We're going to give your creature a nice orange county tan. This guy, I imagine this guy being pale as fuck. He's just super pale, shrouded in darkness for eternity. Almost a bluish hue coming off of his skin, nearly translucent. That's kind of where he's at. Probably, that's kind of how I imagine this guy. A healthy translucent glow where you can like almost see the veins. Sounds like the Midwest. Yeah. I just described myself as a child, basically. I like pasty. Yeah, I just don't like I don't have a, I guess you could have like it'd be hard to like portray like a super dark skin because I feel like I'm gonna make everything super dark around him. I guess you could like imagine it just like kind of color coded backwards and he would be brown. I was thinking like almost like the alien skin on the xenomorph, like it's just black. I wonder what color everybody else envisioned for him. In my head, I assumed he was brown. I wish there was a way to cast like votes. First transit, yo, good afternoon, my guys. Nice. Thank you for stopping by. Just drawing some cosmic horror. Thank you for the emojis. Hope your time is going good. That would be cool. Always love your work. Thank you, First Transit. I appreciate that. I think this one's coming out really good though. This is I not to toot my own, not to reach over and toot my own horn too hard, but I think this is going to be a stronger piece than most of my pieces. This one's like coming out kind of bonkers good. I just have to maintain calm and render slowly, and I think we're gonna have like a really strong piece on our beep beep. No, thank you. Yeah. I hate to reach over and toot my own horn, but it's like someone's got to do it. This one's gonna be a stronger piece, I think, compared to like I went through a drought for I feel like I went through kind of a drought where things were okay, like they're alright pieces, but this one I think is gonna be kind of special. And I'm really glad I went back to cardstock. This like no thread having like paper like really like lets you kind of get crazy with how detailed your renderings are. So it doesn't. The more thread there is, like the heavier grain paper it is, like the more it like forces you into a certain resolution, and you can bypass that by just like forcing your pencil through it and just like fighting it the entire time. But then I'm like, why am I doing this? I can just have smooth paper. So I just kind of went back to cards. I went to Walmart, picked up some heavy duty cardstock, and I'm like, bro, this is so good. Baby Eater says hello. Hey man, how's it going, Baby Eater? He tooted his own horn really hard. I went for it, yeah. I gave it 2 toots also. Not just 1, but 2 toots. I'm doing pretty well myself. Nice. Good. How about you? I'm doing really great, yeah. Really good. Can't complain. What is the best part of streaming? Probably yapping, yapping to people. Like, just I don't know. It's like the full package of like just taking art from a single player experience to like a kind of like a multi, you know, like sharing it live. That makes it like less of a like I don't know if I'd be able to draw every single day 5 hours a day like by myself. Like it'd be, you know what I mean? It's like this kind of makes it like more fun, I think, and so I think that's what makes it fun. What the? Do you have favorite yappers across all the platforms here you use? Yappers. Oh my god, even better. Do you have one you don't care for much? Well, don't say names. Um, no, no. I mean, Japochi is a really good one. He keeps the convos alive and stuff like that. Uh, Usually, like the ones I don't like, we just kind of ban. They're pretty like it's pretty egregious when I ban people, you know. I try not to, but like I wouldn't say like there's a huge I don't know. There's definitely ones I wouldn't say I don't like certain ones. It's just more some of them I like more. You know. Kind of vibes. I appreciate you showing up here every day. It is very nice and inspiring. Yeah, no problem. What it means to say is thank you. Nice, thank you. Do you ban people right away, or do you wait till the stream is over? Oh, I ban them right away because then I'll forget. I'll forget. It's mostly like I had a first time chatter the other day who was like, he was like, it's because it says like the first time you comment, it'll say like first time chatter, and the guy was like zoom out, and I'm like, I don't know if I like that tone. And so then he said like, sorry bro, but like the thing is that like I'm like, I already like once you've been on here long enough, you can already like sense like this person's gonna be an issue. And then like he wrote something in a language I don't understand after that, and I'm like, I don't even feel like translating all that, so I'm just like, ban. You just kind of know after a while. It's not, you know, you kind of know after a while who's gonna like bring problems. And you know, there were some people I left alone that I probably should have banned. They kind of gave all the signs of giving problems, and then I was like, maybe they're just, you know, because you like, maybe they don't understand or whatever. But ultimately, I do kind of have to curate a sane environment for me and others. So, you know, if someone like keeps bringing up like crazy stuff, then I have to be like, I'm sorry, like you just can't be here. Meant to mow the backyard to clean. I thought you did that the other day. Someone got banned. What the? Now my wife is asking me to go buy some groceries. Man, you guys eat a lot of food quick. Jeez. No, but no, I'm not. I think I'm not ban happy, but you know, I only had done the front yard. Yeah. No, they'll get you on the front yard, yeah. Like the thing is too is like I stream and do like I've been trying to get into like work where, you know, there's not as much of being told directly what to do. It's more kind of like live my life now in a way where I get to do a lot of what I want. And so like having someone tell me, be like, zoom out, like they're my boss, I'm like, I don't think so. I think I'll just ban you. How does that sound? I don't know. I guess like whatever. So mostly it's kind of rare, but yeah, I do once a month there's a ban. Fora, talk to you later. It was a bit cold. I know it's freezing out there. All right, thank you, Future Oil. Thank you for stopping by. Banning is politics? Oh. What other precursors of problems? What are the precursors of problems? Obviously, like politics. And it can be brought up in a way that isn't bad, but you know. You just know when people are gonna, like, you know what I mean? It's how they approach it too. It's like, I guess like the precursors to problems is like when they're way too edgy, way too fast off the get-go. I don't know. You kind of notice it like right away. I feel like you kind of notice the vibes kind of shift. It's not like a specific thing that they say, but their general unawareness of like the situation. Kind of don't get. I don't know why you thought I was from Florida. It might have been another user that said that. I used to have a Disney pass. My pass was for Disney in California, not Magic Kingdom. Wait, there's two different ones? Failure to adhere to social expectations or... Well, you know, the other thing is, like, if there's, like, users that are, like, they're nice to me, but they're, like, mean to other people around them, they kind of like find somebody in chat that they don't like and they start kind of like arguing with them, or if they, God forbid, make it to Discord and start kind of shenanigans there, then it's like, ugh. They're, you know, they'll comment on someone's thing and it's like, bro, don't make me like deal with it. Just be chill. Like, nobody cares about, you know. So I'm just thinking here. You see, a lot of times drawing these kind of like shapes that are kind of not, they don't adhere to anatomy. These are kind of like usually pretty easy to fill in the page with these, but for some reason here it's been like an awful nightmare. I feel like I've been really kind of redoing things and redesigning and. California has the original park Walt Disney created. Disneyland, Florida, Disney World. Yeah, I've never been myself. I'm not even a big like theme park guy. Like, I'm glad other people enjoy stuff, but I don't myself like partake in too many things like that. I do. If I had like lots of money, I would definitely like tinker with vehicles again, like motorcycles. It's just that it's all like kind of, it's all very expensive, so you don't. How's your mom? She's chilling. I don't know. She's working and chilling. Let me do a, did we run out of music? Or do I need to put another quarter in? Oh. I'm trying to keep track of what's supposed to be behind something else, and it's kind of hard. But I think I'm gonna get it. I just gotta remember this is gonna be kind of further in the back here. Forefront. We can leave this in the forefront. Leave that in the forefront. Forefront, back. Okay. Sorry. There's just some things I had to use my brain, and I just hate doing that. You know, it's like, ugh. Don't make me get up and use my brain. I hate it. I'm really enjoying today. My brain seems to be working particularly well today, which I'm really happy about. It's like it's firing on, I don't want to say all cylinders, but definitely like a few of them are popping off today. And I think it's because of two nights in a row of sleep, deep restful sleep. It's kind of like out of this world for me. So I'm like, wow, this is kind of a treat. First Transit, thank you for the, what is that little dinosaur thing called again? Luigi? Was that Luigi? No, I'm just kidding. It's not Luigi. That's the Mario's brother. What was the little dinosaur they rode? You know what? You're making me want to go buy a... Yoshi! Yeah. You're making me want to go buy a Pokemon game. Sorry, Mario. Sorry, whatever. One of those games. But I know they don't. I'd have to get like is it a Nintendo? Is that what it is? It must be the sleep and the raw eggs. Well, like I said, I blacked out my Windows almost completely. I'm still gonna keep working on it because I still don't like. This morning I woke up and like it's any amount of light is, I guess, any light pollution is not optimal. I'm gonna keep working on it to like make it like I just want it pitch black in there. Like I said, I got it so dark in there that like even the USB LED in the corner of the room was like just lighting up the room. I'm like, wow, that used to be like not an issue. You know, once you start narrowing down light, and I think it's partially because of that. I used to be able to sleep like on command. Now it's like I gotta like everything's got to be lined up. I gotta have just the right amount of warm milk. The stars have to be, the moons have to be aligned. The right prayer candle. And then maybe I'll fall asleep. But so I'm working towards it. But yeah, I do think like cutting out caffeine and sugar and all that kind of like, I think maybe that was like the other thing too, is like I cut all that stuff out, so maybe it made my sleep worse initially, because you're like, you know what I mean, you're like irritable, your body wants sugar, so maybe it's like coming around now because it's like out of my system more. But I don't want to talk about it too much and jinx it. I just want to like experience not being tired. It's really hard to like explain to people who don't have insomnia like what a torturous life it is to like be on 10% all the time. Except once every 3 days I get normal sleep. I'll put the black tape over any blue lights. Hate light pollution in my room too. Yeah, no, I can't do it. It's too brutal.
Now's the time to share. Or don't. Whatever.
At IKEA, you can find curtains that are good to block out light. In Sweden, we have no... I thought you were going to say we have no light, so it's not an issue. In Sweden, we have to block the light in summertime because the night is too light. Oh, that's right, because you have that, like, you guys are up there with the... You guys are up there. The sun, like, never sets, or... It, like, never sets and never goes down fully. It's just, it's always, like, dim. It's one of those countries. I also wrap a blanket around my face, lol. How do you breathe? I'm not sure how I'm still alive, but yeah. Oh, okay. So I'm glad you addressed that, because I'm like, that sounds kind of dangerous. Why not just get a sleeping mask, like one of those like light out sleeping mask things? Three 5547831. Nice. Is that the code for the order? I tried them. They're uncomfortable. Also, yeah, I had the same thing. I had to try a couple. I had to try a couple masks before I found one that works, and then I lost it. So, you know, it's like behind the bed, behind the cabinet somewhere. I'm like, yeah, whatever. It's probably got clumps of dog hair on it. I'm like, eh, we've lost that one, boys. Wrong chat. Oh, were you? That's the CIA chat. You're like, it's like, oops. So that's like the secret CIA chat. You're like, oops. That's the code to the nuclear weapons. Oops. Nice. Like down to my thighs, so those masks get. Wait. I tried them. They're uncomfortable. Also messy with my hair. My hair is long. Like down to my thighs, so those, yeah, I used to have long hair down to my shoulders in high school, not for any particular reason other than I didn't even notice that I had hair. I just existed. Like I said, I kind of just sort of exist. I don't, but the reason I have shorter hair now is that I just don't like to maintain things. I like to drive everything down to the lowest possible kind of maintenance point without looking too disheveled. Like, you know what I mean? Like, stay within norm, but also don't create problems for yourself. That's my motto. Is stay right in that good middle lane where you can function, but not necessarily. Um, Lol, nice. You look handsome with the hairdo. Oh, thank you. This is I woke up and started moving. I don't. Sometimes if I get like a weird clump of hair just off to the side, just stuck, I will like kind of try to like brush it down. But that's about all the effort you'll get out of me. That's about like max. And then once like food starts to like intervene with my beard hair, then I'll sort of shave. And that's kind of, you know, the hair marks are just uncomfortable. The hair masks are just uncomfortable. They always get tied up. Hair masks. Hair masks. I think you. Nice. First transit. Oh, thank you for the slimy dolphins. Thank you. High slip. Back. Nice. Face masks. I see. Yeah, I'm very like sensitive to like hats. If I wear a hat and it's just a tinge too tight, I'll get a headache. Not a big fan of like wearing glasses. Anything on my head, it just kind of bothers me. I'm not a big fan. Slipknot, what are your thoughts on Peppa Pig? Nice. I never watched Peppa Pig. I'm a grown ass man. That's what I tell others too, man. I hide that. I would hide that too. My Peppa Pig obsession. I answer that. I answer that same thing. But deep down, all we want to do is watch Peppa Pig. I don't either, but it's everywhere. Is it? I'm passively aware of Peppa Pig, but like Hello Kitty, I'm like, I know it exists, but didn't ask, but I think it's terrible. Didn't ask, but I think it's terrible. Is it? I don't know. Never felt super compelled to watch it. Oh my god, I saw the funniest meme the other day. It was a bag of pork. Like, it was a bag of, like, these chopped pork bits that are, like, in perfect squares, and it said something like Peppa Pig assembly, like, kit or something like that. Or it was like, something along the lines of, like, like, assembly required Peppa Pig or something like that. It was pretty gruesome, but it was funny, you know. Some assembly required Peppa Pig.
Fuel update. Someone from level 3 swept the last of the fuel reserves. Hope it was worth it.
When I was working for Philips, they were introducing new invention that was a lamp that made you sleep. You look into the light and then fall to sleep. Really? I've seen a few clips here and there. That's how it starts, bro. That's how the Peppa Pig obsession begins. I have their Wake OP light, which is slowly starting in the morning. Oh, wake up light, which is slowly so like it'll slowly get brighter. That's kind of a good idea. That's kind of a good idea. I kind of don't hate that.
Air filters are clogged in Block 7. Breathe shallow if you're over there. All the gliding's out in several zones. Carry a torch if you need to move around.
The food distribution might actually happen today. Keep an ear out for an update.
Pork is good, yeah. She has a girly voice. That's what pork called at the real Chinese restaurants. It comes dry in slices, is gray with red ring around edge for dip in hot mustard, soy, and sesame seeds. How do you make it? Well, if you're asking how I've been, I usually, if I get like pork, I just cut it into thin slices, a little bit of seasoning, salt, and I put it on dehydrate on 95 Fahrenheit, and I let it sit there for like 12, 13 hours, just doing that, circulating the air until I get these thin, chewy strips. Same thing with beef. I do a lot of dry meat like that. I just like speed up the process of like drying it out. Beef is a lot more temperamental. It's hard to get beef like in the right consistency. It's easy to oversalt. I feel like beef is a handful, but pork is like very, very good for drying. But I mean, the accents in Peppa Pig are probably quite exaggerated. I saw the new Sleeping Light being presented on stage in real life. It was shown by the top management to show what was coming. Oh wow! And did it work? Because I've never heard of this lamp you're talking about, Carolina. That's why I'm sort of wondering. I'm sort of wondering about the lamp. I've never, because was this a recent thing or back in the day? Because it seems like I've never heard of a lamp like that. Don't get me started on NPR. Oh my god, Slipknot, that's what I'm trying to get at with sounding like an ass. Okay, so the accents are much. Are they British? Is Peppa Pig British? Are they doing British accents?
The blackout in Sector C has been resolved.
It was 3-4 years ago and I never followed up. Oh, I see. I wonder if the lamp, is it the flicker rate? Like what makes you go to, I mean, you don't have to tell me if this is company secret. I'm sure you had to sign a non-compete disclosure, so if you can't tell me if it's a secret, don't. But is it the flicker rate? Like what makes you go to sleep? Well, like what about a lamp would make you go to sleepy? The British accents, but obviously exaggerated. I'm not gonna do it. I was about to do my British accent, but then like I just know it's not good enough to like be broadcasted. American kids watch it so much. It's weird. Americans watched it so much. Some of them started sounding like Peppa Pig. It died down though. Peppa Pig illustration skill level is atrocious. Oh man. There's Peppa Pig haters out there. I don't know, it's not something I ever paid enough attention to like notice one way or the other. You know what I did notice? I knew a girl that loved Harry Potter, and she would rewatch the movies over and over again to the point where she like did have like she didn't have a British accent, but like she would say stuff with a British accent here and again, and I'm like, you're not British, so. But there were kids that like they would definitely sound Britishy, so they would get all Britishy sounding sometimes, and you know, just from Harry Potter, that was for sure a phenomenon I noticed. This was back in the day. Peppa Pig art.
Someone broke into the East Wing storage rooms. Not sure what's left. Check for yourself.
show me. Is she weird? If she's not weird, I'm not interested.
Whoever raided the med supplies last night, I was coming for you sooner or later.
I searched for it, and I think I found it. Here is a link, but it's not for promotion. Okay. Philips, Smino, sleep and wake up light. Let me copy that really quick. Let me do a copy.
Fuel update. Someone from level 3 wiped the last of the fuel reserves. Hope it was worth it.
And do I have a notepad or something on Linux here? I'm trying to. I know what. Note. Notes. Let's go down here. And then we'll do
If you've been hoarding supplies,
paste.
time to share.
I'll take a look at it. Thank you, Carolina. I'll take a quick look at it after the stream. No, yeah, I'll put it into the old Google machine. Punch it in there, see what it gives me. It gives you the right frequencies for sleep to filter out the blue. Oh, filter out the blue lights. Hmm. Yeah, I've heard of the blue thing. The blue light thing that is supposed to like make your sleep worse.
If anyone's seen a medical crew in Speranza, tell them Sector C5 has been waiting for hours.
love her. I love her. Accent 2, she likes puppy games and rainbows.
Nice.
Yeah, I might have to try that lamp too. You know what I mean? You just never know what thing kind of solves your sleeping issues. I'll be like a moth. I'll be like a moth at the end of the day, staring into the light. She's 29 and she swears a lot.
Light is out in several zones. Carry a torch if you need to move around.
Sector 4 is low on power again. Try not to lose more.
I like it. I don't curse or try not to, but I think it's funny when the girls do it.
The blackout in Sector C has been resolved.
Yuri, I'm going to send you a big, beautiful leg lamp. Oh, thank you. Must be French. Is that a French? Are those leg lamps? Is that kind of like a French thing? I didn't know. What if Peppa Pig had a French accent? I don't know. I don't know about that. That sounds weird. I don't know. My opinion has changed on swearing. I think it's okay to swear once or twice within an hour, but when someone swears every sentence, it's super annoying. I agree. I try to calculate my sort of how funny I think something is. I think it's worth slipping in a little bit of curse words here and there, just spice it up. But I do think there's once you go overboard with that, it kind of indicates a lack of vocabulary in my mind. I kind of, when people curse a lot, I do kind of generally, like, in my mind, I shave off IQ points. I'm like, this person's kind of dumb, and they think like cursing is sort of boasting like how grown up they are. I think a little bit, like amongst like the yeah, just like that. That's kind of like what I think is like definitely a lot of cursing. Definitely is like kind of a turn off for sure. There's one chick on YouTube, and I kid you not, she swore almost every sentence during her live stream. Well, I mean, there's an audience for it. I don't blame them. She's a parent. Well, there you go. There's always an audience for everyone. But she did become a Christian recently, and she cut way back on the swearing. Oh, there you go.
If anyone's seen a medical cruise in Roswell, tell them Sector C5 has been waiting for hours.
I like her even with the swearing. I don't even know who you guys are talking about.
Remember, power is out at 2200 hours.
So she probably realized how bad she was. Nice. Jen talking about the English girl I told her about earlier. Oh. You know what's funny is like I looked at like I watched these videos about like sort of kind of trailer trash equivalent of like British people in England, which I didn't really know existed. But what's funny is like of the similarities between like sort of like you look at the sort of kind of like the Slavic kind of look of wearing tracksuits and squatting and sort of the shaved heads, and it's the parallels in England are kind of uncanny. It's the same like look and vibe, just a different language. I thought that was very interesting too. Like you almost can't like if you didn't know, you just squinted, you'd be like, these are like kind of like same. The one I'm currently talking about is from America. Nice. Become Christian. What was she before, and how could she not be that anymore? I'm confused. Oh, Carolina jumped over. Every girl that is making art on Twitch is swearing, and that is so tiring, in my opinion. Alright, looks like I'm at 509. Guys, if I do have projects to tend to. Mostly like figuring out why Linux is running so hot. But I do appreciate everyone's attention today. We will be getting. I'll be coming back to this. There's still. I've decided I'm gonna go the hard way on this, and I'm gonna make this super awesome. So there's gonna be a lot more rendering. But I'll be back tomorrow. I gotta go play with other like just computer stuff basically and other stuff. But I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, kind of like 11ish U.S. Central Standard Time. But I do appreciate everyone who is here and all the follows. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let me raid you guys out. There's 26 people. Let me raid you guys out.
Fuck it off.